But, man, the defensive ends that are good in the run game, those are the guys that never leave the field.
Now Jalen Hurts on second down. That's taken in left side by Smith. And he's going to be out of bounds. Gain of just a couple. And now we've got third down coming up.
It's a gain of 3. Brings up 3rd and 8.
From the shotgun, it's Hurts. He'll get this complete. A.J. Brown. Check out 14 on that one. Good for an Eagles first down.
That's good for an Eagles first down.
These third down conversions are just so important, Mike. Everybody stresses we want to possess the ball, give our offense as much opportunity to end as many drives as we can, scoring points. So if you want to stay on the field, you better be good on third down.
They'll run it with the Boston College bruiser, A.J. Dillon. He'll be taken down after a gain of 2.
6-yard line. A 3-yard pickup. Brings up 2nd and 7.
From the 46-yard line, a 2nd down and 6. Operating from the gun, here's Hurts. That's complete to his quick tight end, Dallas Goedert. And they'll work this close to a first down, maybe just a tad short.
Brings up
Not every pass has to be thrown downfield. You can rely on the run after catch, especially a big body like this tight end. Get the ball in his hands early and let him pick up the rest after the catch.
They'll go with the sneak. Trying to find any CD can, but the push too strong in the middle. He didn't get there. It's 4th down.
Well, we have an early decision here, Mike. How aggressive does this coach want to be on this 4th down try? I think you got to keep your offense out there. You have a prime opportunity to take the fight to them, extend this drive, and hopefully be able to come away with points.
It's the quarterback with the sneak. Always trying to get low. Push forward. Murphy, he got there. He did not. He is short, and they've turned it over on downs.
The key to any good quarterback sneak starts with the surge and the push of the offensive line. From there, can the quarterback find a seam? Can he find a little gap and drive his legs? In this case, give credit to the defensive line. They held their ground, they got a good push back, and they were able to come up with a huge stop on 4th down.
They'll come up 1st and 10 at the 40. From the shotgun, it's Daniel. Under pressure, and he'll go down. A goal.
And these are the type of splash plays that can have an impact, especially as the game goes on. So offensive line has to do a better job to make sure that they have this protection shored up and that this isn't a sign of things to come.
So after the loss on 1st, here's 2nd and 14. Off the play fake, here's Daniel. He'll be hit as he throws this time, and it's going to fall incomplete. They might be fortunate just to avoid the sack, and it'll set up a 3rd down.
I think he knew in the back of his head, Mike, he had to get rid of this ball a little sooner than he would have liked, and with that pressure getting there in a hurry, just ends up being a wasted down.
And he'll just have to throw this one away. There's nowhere to go downfield. And now it's going to bring up a 4th down.
There's no need to do anything reckless. It's 3rd and long. The opportunity to convert this is probably slim. So there was nothing open downfield. I think he makes the smart decision here, Mike. Avoid the negative play and throw the ball away.
Doing there, they made sure he would not get free. The Eagles offense ready to take over possession of the football. They lead it here early 7-0 as they start with a 1st and 10. Play action. Here's Hurts. In middle, and he's got Browns. And he's brought down after a gain of 6 on 1st down.
A bit of a quick hitter here. What you're hoping for, Mike, is that the defense can't react quickly enough because the ball's coming out so hot. But they knew it was coming, and they end up holding them to just a short gain.
Second down throw for Hurts. That'll be caught left side. It's Goddard. And that's going to be a 1st down. A pickup of 9.
And an Eagles.
They've done a nice job spreading the ball around. Make the defense have to account for as many different weapons as possible here early. And think back to our conversation with this coaching staff, Mike. They identified this guy as someone they needed to get involved early and often. So that might be his first target, but I don't think it's going to be his last.
And he's down inside the 40-yard line. It's been a busy 1st quarter for him so far. His 3rd catch goes for a 1st down.
Oftentimes in the NFL, Mike, blitzing a good quarterback can kind of be feast or famine, because what you do is you actually speed up their process of identifying the open target. So in this case, it's an underneath safety outlet. But the reason he went there so fast is because he was triggered to that target from the blitz.
He's taken down at the 33-yard line. It's a pickup of 3. Brings up 2nd and 7.
From the 33, here's 2nd down and 7. Hurts going to fire this one out to Smith. And a good job rallying to the football, holding just a gain of a yard and sets up 3rd down.
Brings up 3rd and 6.
Really well done here by the defense, Mike, executing this zone defense, and they've got to be able to pattern read. You're not just going to drop back to a spot and just play like a robot. Based on what the receivers do off the line, the defenders have different rules of where their zones move to. Well, they had that one dialed in right from the jump, and they were able to stop that play really before it got started. This has been a really impressive drive, Mike, really from the start, and this is something defenses want to force offenses to do. Methodically work their way down the field, but they've been highly efficient, and now they get another 1st down.
A fresh set of downs to work with. It is 1st down and 10. A run with Goddard. That's the way you want to run it on 1st down. A gain of 7.
Tackle made at the 16-yard line. A 7-yard pickup. Brings up 2nd and 3.
Second down and 3. A shotgun snap now to Hurts. That is caught to the goal line and in. Dallas Goddard. Touchdown, Philadelphia.
And what a fitting end to this drive, Mike. It only makes sense that he's the one that gets the ball in the end zone after making a handful of clutch plays prior to the touchdown. That was just a textbook example of one guy taking over the game.
Elliott on now for the PAT. The kick is good. And the Eagles move out on top, 14-0.
14. Commanders nothing. Jake Elliott to kick
So
off
following
for
the score,
Philadelphia.
here comes Elliott to kick this one away. Deebo Samuel going to get a chance to return it. A good return as he takes it across the 30. Here comes the Washington offense now. They get set to take over. They're an early hole, 14-0. Start digging out soon. Begin this drive, 1st and 10. They'll run with McCaffrey to start this drive. And he'll manage to pick up about 4. That is Cooper DeJean in there for the stop.
4 yards on the pickup. 2nd and 6 at the 35-yard line.
From the 35, here's 2nd and 6. Operating from the gun, it's Daniel. And he'll be taken down. The gain is 6, and it's a new set of downs. He picked up the 1st down.
So as the saying in the NFL, Mike, short throw, long catch, and that's exactly what they wanted to go with here. Operate in the quick game, don't stress the protection, and while he didn't get necessarily the big play, he does get enough to move the chains.
Daniels now on 1st down. And he'll be marked down at the 45-yard line. A pickup there of 13. Good for a Commander's 1st down.
It's so early in the game, you have to be careful now as coaches and players that you don't find yourself trailing early and get out of your game plan. There is so much time left. Stick to what you've worked on all week. There's plenty of time to chip away and see if you can make this thing close come the 4th quarter.
This one broken up. It's incomplete. The defender right there with him. It brings up 2nd down.
And that's exactly what every defense is trying to do in the passing game. They want to muddy up these windows, Mike, make every throw as contested as possible. No separation, contact right at the catch point, and does a great job forcing the incomplete pass.
They'll motion over Samuel. The RPO, that one is complete, and he's going to be dropped after a pickup of about 5.
Samuel. 5 yards on the play. And it's 3rd down.
3rd down, they need 5. Throwing again. Daniel. Taking off. He'll try to get there.
It's a gain of 8.
Having a quarterback with this ability to run is such an X factor in today's NFL. It's an element of their offense that you have to be prepared for on every single play. Here we see it on 3rd down. Starts out as a pass. Nowhere to go with the ball. He tucks it, turns into a runner. Picks up the 1st down.
He'll get this out wide to McCaffrey. And they bring him down inside the 25-yard line. That's 2 catches on this drive. This one for 10 yards and a 1st down.
Really nice job there, Mike. I mean, he sees the blitz coming and just gets the ball out of his hands. Understand where your outlets are. It results in an easy pitch and catch and move the chains.
Daniels will keep it on the zone read. And he will slide to a hook, but he does have the 1st down.
14 more yards.
It's pretty clear why this offense likes to get the ball into the hands of this quarterback, huh, Mike? I mean, he is just so effective in this area, and now he has them set up 1st and goal.
Well, a chance to get right back in it here. 1st down and goal. And they'll run here with McCaffrey. Oh, making defenders look silly out there on his way into the end zone. Christian McCaffrey. Touchdown, Washington. Greg, we better tie those shoelaces tight. We could be in for a track meet. Great start on offense in this one.
Yeah, it certainly has, Mike, and I think the biggest thing for this offense is how they've bounced back to some early adversity. They found themselves trailing here in the 1st quarter, and they cut into that lead. I got a feeling this thing's going to go back and forth, and we're going to have some fireworks ahead of us.
Now Jake Moody for the extra point. His kick is good. And the Commanders are on the board. It's now 14-7.
Commanders 7.
So, following that touchdown, Moody is back out to kick it off. Here comes Will Shipley on the return. And he'll be brought down past the 25. Decent field position to start this drive. Here comes the Philly offense now as they make their way back onto the field. They lead by a touchdown as this drive begins with 1st and 10. To start the drive. Up the sideline to the 40. And he's going to be taken down on the other side of the 50-yard line.
It's a big play here in the run game, and you have to imagine this is something we're going to continue to see. Success early in the drive typically results in success later in the drive.
They fake the jet sweep and give it up the middle. He'll take this forward for about a yard at best. Deron Payne there for the stop.
A gain of a yard. Brings up 2nd and 9.
Ball spotted at the 45. Here's 2nd down and 9. Throwing is Hurts. That one pulled in by Brown. Get about 6 before he's taken down.
That's a gain of 6.
So anytime you decide to blitz, the hope is that the secondary can hold up long enough to allow the extra pressure guys to get to the quarterback. But when you don't get to the quarterback and he's able to get the ball on time and in rhythm, there are holes in the back end, and they're able to pick up the 1st down.
That is incomplete. Great work to get in there, make things difficult defensively, and it sets up 4th down.
But here we find the best laid plans sometimes do go astray. Every offense, Mike, what do they tell us? We want to stay ahead of the chains. We want to stay on schedule. This was a 3rd and very reasonable. Incomplete on that 3rd down try. Now brings up 4th and short.
They go, and here's a quick pass to the receiver coming through. And he's not going anywhere. Stuffed behind the line. They have turned it over on downs.
So, Mike, clearly this week in practice, they saw something on tape that made them dial up that play in that situation. But the defense was having none of it. They rallied to the ball, were able to make the tackle short of the 1st down, and force a turnover on downs here and give their offense another shot.
On play action, Daniels. That's out to Brown, right side, complete. And he's down inside the 40-yard line. Terrific start to this drive. Gain of 23 and a 1st down.
36-yard line.
And nothing matters if this protection isn't able to pick up that blitz. They do a fantastic job of stunting that pass rush just long enough to find an open man downfield.
To throw is Daniels on 1st and 10. And that ball incomplete. He was trying to hook up with Deebo Samuel that time.
Incomplete.
And it'll bring up 2nd down.
It's now 2nd and 10.
Back in the day, Mike, you know how they decided who played offense and who played defense? The guys who caught the ball better played offense, and the guys who couldn't play defense. And now, that's obviously not the case anymore. But this is one of those that still gives defensive players a bad rap.
Firing right side, brought in by Brown. We'll get about 6 before he's taken down.
Makes it 3rd and 4.
So they'll talk over what to do on this third down play as we have hit the end of the first quarter. It's the Eagles with the early advantage. And we're back in Philly in a moment. Commanders with the football to begin the second quarter. It's 3rd and 4 as we are ready to get back underway. 3rd and short, and it's Daniels. He'll get out of bounds, a gain of 8, and that's going to be good enough for a first down.
Gain of 9 yards.
Mike, I think we make so much of all these fancy routes, right? The selling, the head fakes, getting in and out of the break, and while that's really important to create separation, that's really more of a man beater. That's when teams want to just play you one-on-one and you have to beat the defender. Against zone defense, like we saw here, it's a lot more simple. Understand the concept of the play, understand where the holes in the defense are, and get there and be friendly to the quarterback. And if you're open, stay open. That's NFL route running. That's what the best guys do.
Lost 1 on the last play, so now it's 2nd and 11. They'll give to McCaffrey on the option. And it'll be a pickup of 3. So 3rd down, forthcoming.
At the 18-yard line. It's a gain of 4. And it's 3rd down.
Working out of the gun, it's Daniels. Forced out left.
Jalen Daniels on the scramble.
Great reaction by the defense. At first, Mike, it looked like there was enough room out there for the quarterback to pick this one up himself. But they were able to rally to the ball. And I think the officials are going to mark him just short.
The field goal unit staying put. They're going to line up and go for this on 4th down. They'll motion over Samuel. They'll go. Here's Daniel. That is incomplete. Oh, they elected to throw on 4th and short. It does not work out. They turn it over on down. Saquon Barkley and this Eagle offense set to take over again. This will start from the 12, trying to put a drive together here. It's 1st and 10. Now Hurts. To the left side, taken in by Smith. And he'll be out of bounds here. That's only a gain of a yard.
Smith. He's out of bounds at the 14-yard line. 2 yards on the pickup. It's 2nd and 8.
2nd down, 8 yards to go. Hurts. That one complete to Brown. And a good one here. He'll be marked down up past the 25-yard line. Hurts and Brown connect, and it's a 1st down for Philly.
1st and 10 at the 26-yard line.
I always think you can tell pretty quickly how comfortable a quarterback is in their offense, Mike, by how fast they work through their progression and get the ball to their check down underneath. And in this case, with the depth of the defense, a lot of space in the short game, get them the ball, pick up the 1st down.
And that is incomplete. He was looking for A.J. Brown that time. And it'll bring up 2nd down.
I think when that ball left his hand, he had visions of a big play, and then that big play almost got flipped on its head because I think he's lucky that that ball didn't end up going back the other direction because that defender got both hands on it but just couldn't come down with the pick.
Now a screen set up for Barkley. And a good job rallying to the football, holding just a gain of a yard and sets up 3rd down.
A gain of 1.
Just a little slow developing on that screenplay there. It was pretty obvious to the entire defense exactly what was going on. Nobody was thinking pass. Nobody was getting back into their drops, and just nowhere for that back to go.
On 3rd down, it's Hurts. That'll be taken in by Barkley. And they will finally catch up to him and get him down. It is a big play for the Eagles. That's 31 yards.
First down. First and 10 at the 42-yard line.
In this coverage breakdown, Mike, it's just completely unacceptable. You come out in dime defense. What that means is you have 6 defensive backs and only 1 linebacker most often. So for the offense to find an open receiver with that much space to operate, you just have to imagine there was some sort of breakdown of communication and execution because he had a lot of room to operate, and that defensive coordinator is not happy. And these are body blows on any defense. This quarterback has the ability to make guys miss and do a lot of damage in the run game. And that's a nice pickup there.
Second down, they need 3. Man in motion is Smith. Hurts using the pop pass. And that's going to be a first down. A pickup of 9.
A gain of 10 yards. That's another Eagles first down. First and 10 at the 25-yard line.
They'll run the counter with Barkley. And he'll get nothing here. Back to the line of scrimmage, and that's all.
Right at the line
So often when it comes to safeties, Mike, we talk about their speed and their range. But for him to be able to come up and make a tackle and be physical at the point of attack and keep this ball carrier to no gain, that's pretty impressive.
Now Jalen Hurts on second down. That one's complete. It's Jake Bigsby. Was brought down. That pass is going to pick up 4 and bring up third down.
Defensive coordinators preach all the time. Play pass defense with vision. It's exactly the case here. They're able to rally to the ball, keep that to a short gain.
They'll try to keep the drive rolling, facing 3rd and 6. Oh, he's going to be followed up and taken down. They got him.
It looked like that zone coverage had his head a little bit spinning there, Mike. I'm not sure he got a real clear picture of what the defense was giving him, and as a result, he holds the ball a little bit longer than he would have liked, and the defense is able to get home.
On 4th down, it's Jake Elliott time for the Eagles. This one from 47 yards out. Elliott's kick is good. And the Eagles build their cushion to 10. It's now 17-7.
And this is what you want. I mean, you clearly have the advantage, but you want to continue to apply pressure. Can you score every time you get the ball? They're able to do that here. They tack on 3 and extend their lead.
And back to work goes Elliott after making the field goal. He'll send this one away. Samuel, going to see what he can do. He'll get this up to the 28-yard line. Nice place for the drive to start. The Commanders' offense back onto the field for their next possession. They find themselves down 17-7 as this drive starts 1st and 10. The middle, here's McCaffrey. And he'll be stacked up at the line of scrimmage.
Well, it's been the case this entire first half. It's been the defense that's really carried the load for this team. Some offensive struggles, but they've done more than their part coming through again with another big stop for a loss.
2nd and 11. From the shotgun, it's Daniel. We'll get maybe 3 out of that one, and it's going to set up 3rd down.
I wouldn't be surprised if some point here in the future, Mike, this quarterback drops back. It looks like the same old hitch route underneath, and they give a pump fake and go. You can lull a defense to sleep with a lot of these underneath quick game passes, and once you do, you can try to go for the big one.
On 3rd down, they'll throw with Daniels. He'll get this one complete to Brown.
13 yards.
Call it a gain of 13.
That's good for
1st down, Washington.
1st down. A gain of 13 yards. And the Commanders' 1st down.
You can see this connection is just starting really to pick up. They're seeing the game through the same set of eyes, and that is the job of the receiver. What is my quarterback expecting from me? Where does he want me? Be there on time, and it leads to big gains like this.
Not much happening there, just a short game.
And they've really done a nice job defensively holding them in check. I mean, ideally, you'd want your back to average around 4 yards a pop, but they're falling short of that threshold as of now, and partially it's why they find themselves trailing at this stage in the game.
Daniels to throw on 2nd down. Got his read, Blankenship right from the safety spot. Finds a way in and records the sack.
If there's any silver lining for this drive, Mike, it's the fact that at least this sack occurred on an early down. So I guess technically they have a chance to claw themselves out of this hole, but that's the 3rd sack of the game. This defense doesn't show any signs of slowing down.
So, backed up after the sack, and now it's 3rd and long. Here's Daniel. Now a shot downfield for Samuel. And he'll be taken down at the 10-yard line. A big play there for Washington. 52 yards.
1st down. 1st and goal, Washington.
Both pre-snap and post-snap, this is about as well done as you can do at the quarterback position. Get in and out of the right call, identifying the holes along the back end, and then the throw. You can't put it in a better spot. I mean, that's just a big-time play.
A run on 1st and goal. This defense all over this one. They get him down behind the line. It's a loss of a couple.
Sidney Brown.
A loss was definitely not something they had accounted or budgeted for in this spot. And now, I think it really limits. What do you feel comfortable dialing up here on 2nd and goal?
Going in the wrong direction. Now 2nd and goal from the 12. Throwing is Daniel. A throw there on 2nd down. Going to be incomplete.
It's clear whatever they were trying to set up was not going to work. He went through his entire progression, had nobody to throw the ball to, and just kind of surrenders the play and throws it away.
Big play coming up. 3rd and goal. Throwing now. Daniel. And that is incomplete.
Long, but then you really take away all of the quarterback's options downfield.
His kick is good. And the Commanders are back within a score. It's now 17-10.
It's always a little bit of a letdown, Mike. You find yourself deep in the red zone and you have to settle for a short field goal like that. In this case, he's able to put it through, and they get 3.
Moody comes back on the field after making the field goal. He's set to kick off. On the return, it's Tank Bigsby. Nice job by the return team as he takes it across the 30-yard line. Jalen Hurts and the Philadelphia offense set to take over once more. And he's had things all his way in the first half. Those numbers are sensational. He looks to add to them with another drive here. On first down, it's Hurts. He's got his tight end, got it, working the middle of the field. And he'll be brought down just shy of midfield. He's got a touchdown on the books from earlier, and that catch gets him a first down.
We've really seen both teams have a lot of success moving the ball throughout this entire first half, and just seems this possession is going to be more of the same as they start this drive.
They'll go right back to Goddard. He's got it again. And they're going to move this ball inside the 25-yard line.
It's a gain of 27
A gain there of 27 yards.
Eagles first down. First and 10 at the 24-yard line.
So the athleticism of this tight end is pretty well documented, Mike. I mean, he can pick up yards after the catch. It's just such a rare trait for tight ends. So it's the size, it's the speed, it's the matchup problem. I mean, we got a glimpse of all of it right here.
On first and 10, it's Hurts. He finds Jahan Dotson. And he'll be out of bounds. A pickup, though, of 6.
Certainly not the biggest play of the day, but a good example of picking up positive yardage, staying ahead of the chains by a well-timed ball and a well-timed route.
Here comes 2nd and 4. They're going to be looking at first and goal. They move it down to the 4.
A gain of 15 yards. That's another Eagles first down.
The thing that jumps out to me the most, Mike, is just how often the quarterback is able to throw the ball to his first read in the progression. So hats off to the play caller. Him and the quarterback seeing the game through the exact same set of eyes. And there is a lot of room to operate. He's got to find a way to hold on to that one. I mean, you're right on the doorstep of the end zone. And listen, I understand that hit is coming. But guess what? That hit's coming whether you catch it or not. And you get paid to make the difficult catches. And I would classify that one as tough. But you got to make that catch. Give your team a chance to come away with this drive with some points.
That one to the end zone, but incomplete.
You can feel them starting to press a little bit, especially with this passing game. They find themselves so close to the end zone, they got to get it over the goal line. You got to be a little bit more accurate. You got to be a little bit smarter with the ball. And right now, the timing, the spacing, it's just not matching up.
3rd and goal for Hurts. He's going nowhere. Met and dropped behind the line. And now it's 4th and goal.
Linebacker certainly wasn't fooled on that play. Not only does he get there in a hurry, but he's able to secure that tackle and bring him down for a loss.
On 4th down, here comes Jake Elliott for the Philadelphia field goal.
A 22-yard attempt.
About as short as you can get. He is 2 for 2. That kick is good. And the Eagles will extend their lead.
Yeah, he does a nice job handling that kick there, but I think offensively, you come back to the sideline and you're thinking, we have to find a way to finish these drives. I mean, to be in 1st and goal and settle for 3, that can be very deflating for an offense settling for too many field goals.
And back to work goes Elliott after making the field goal. He'll send this one away. The return starts from the 5. He'll get this past the 20 before he's brought down shy of the 25-yard line. The Commanders' offense ready to take over once more. They'll start out 1st down and 10. Out of the gun. They'll give it to McCaffrey. He'll look forward for maybe a yard. That's John Campbell getting in there to make the play.
So this team finds themselves now in a little bit of a tricky situation here, Mike. If they don't find a way to start sustaining some of these drives and come away with points, all of a sudden you're trailing by double digits in the second half. You become very one-dimensional. You become very pass-heavy, and that's certainly not how any team in the NFL wants to play. A lot of defense's strategy of defending the zone read, Mike, is we want that quarterback to pull the ball. It's one of their few chances throughout the course of the game where they can get their hits on them, and in this case, they're able to hold them to no gain.
3rd down and 9. Operating from the gun, it's Daniels. That pass to the sideline. Nice job to bring it in and stay in bounds, but still short of that 1st down.
Now listen, I'm going to give the guy credit. It was a really nice catch, keeping his feet in bounds along the sidelines. It just doesn't amount to much in the grand scheme of things.
Here's Tress Way now as he's on to punt for Washington. A fair catch signaled, and they'll have it just outside their own 20. Saquon Barkley and this Eagle offense set to take over again. And he's been a big component of the passing game so far. You see the numbers here in the first half. This defense will need to find a way to key in on him because he's eating them up right now. Operating from their own 23, they'll begin 1st and 10. Hurts going to hold on to this one. And he'll be met in the backfield and dropped behind the line of scrimmage.
Miller taken down back at the 20-yard line.
Two minutes to go here till halftime. We'll come back to Philadelphia right after this. A 2nd down throw for Hurts. And the rush gets loose. He'll go down. The Commanders will signal for the first of their timeouts. Talk things over before 3rd down. Operating from the gun, here's Hurts. He'll try to run for it. He got a lot of what he needed, but just not enough. The mark is a couple yards shy of the 1st down. Here comes 4th down.
It's 4th down.
So on 4th down, they'll call on Braden Mann to punt. Jalen Lane is deep for Washington. Crazy. That could have broken for a bigger return, but as it is, nice job getting his offense a start out past the 30-yard line. The Commanders' offense ready to see what they can do. We'll try to establish some tempo as they start this one with 1st and 10. Now Daniels. In the middle, and he's got ground. And he's going to be brought down up past the 45. Terrific starter there. Gain of 15 and a 1st down.
This is such a critical moment in the game, that middle 4 minutes, the final 2 minutes of the first half, and then the possession to come out of the halftime break. So maximizing this possession here before halftime is critical. See if you can get a drive starter. See if you can get an easy completion to kickstart the 2-minute mode. And that's what they got here. Now they got to see if they can go down and steal some points. Take a look at his eyes. You can see the quarterback clearly going through all of his progressions, and he's quick to realize there's nowhere to go with this ball. He makes the right decision and gets out of there, picks up some good yardage, and gets down on the ground.
Looking to Samuel on the outlet. And they'll move this one down inside the 40-yard line. 11 yards on the connection there. Good for a Commander's first down.
Anytime you're facing a zone defense, you're working from your first progression all the way through. But when guys are open in this level, Mike, they don't stay open very long.
And that is caught on the right sideline, but it's out of bounds, says the official who was right there. Not the most accurate pass. It's incomplete, and it's second down.
So as halftime looms, Mike, they have to find a way to capitalize on this drive right here and make sure they end the half with some sort of points. Now, that incompletion, not ideal, but at the very least, it stops the clock. Catch your breath, get back in the huddle, and this next play, it's got to be a gotta-have-it best play call.
Now the Commanders will use their third and final timeout as they stop it with 16 seconds to go in the opening half. Third and 2. Here we go. Daniel going to throw again. Open man, right side. He's got it. And the defense can't come up with a stop there. Gain of 7 and a first down. So, halftime straight ahead. And we go down to Scott Hansen, who has our EA Sports halftime report.
Okay, Mike, thanks very much. Welcome in, everyone, to the downtown Orlando studios. Scott Hansen and crew with you for a short and sweet halftime, as this game's had a little bit of everything to it. We'll find out which side can establish some tempo in the third quarter as we're ready to kick off the second half. Back out to our commentary team, Mike Tirico and Greg Olson.
Scott, thank you very much. Welcome back, everyone, for quarter number 3. Third quarter set to commence. And we're back underway here on EA Sports. Here is Shipley on the return. Saquon Barkley and this Eagle offense set to take over again. Their lead is 10. They go back to work, trying to add to it. It begins with first down.
Watch twins.
Hurts going to fire this one out to Smith. And no chance to turn and go. That one good for just a couple.
Brings up
similar to a tight end, the slot receiver is often considered the safety blanket. He makes all the difficult catches, tends to be a little bit more around the line of scrimmage, and so far today, he's certainly lived up to that reputation.
On second down, Barkley. And that won't get a whole lot. Maybe a yard. That's it.
Brought down at the 35-yard line. A 2-yard pickup brings up 3rd and 6.
This is 3rd and 6. That's Goddard in motion. On 3rd down, here's Hurts. That one blocked by Smith. And the defense can't come up with a stop there. Gain of 7 and a first down.
He's in a really nice rhythm here on 3rd down. He appears very comfortable operating out of the gun, and he's able to find his man near the sideline, and he's able to extend this drive.
On play action, here's Hurts. He'll step up and run this. Taking advantage of the room to run. A gain of 19 on the scrum.
That's 39-yard line.
We've seen this quarterback have some effective plays with his legs all game today, Mike. He knows when to stay in there and look to pass, but he also knows when it's time to tuck it and go, and he's able to pick up good yardage there.
That's quickly out to Smith. And they bring him down, but not until they get inside the 30-yard line. That's catch 3 just on this drive. And it gets his team a first down.
Well, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. They clearly have a mismatch in their favor, and every time they've looked his way, he's continued to make big plays. If I'm this coordinator, I think I'm giving him one more shot and see if he can push this thing over the goal line and come away with 6.
And he's shedding tackles left and right, winding his way for a gain of 8.
And he has been a handful to deal with throughout this entire contest, Mike. And they came into the game saying, we want to impose our will on the defense, and that's exactly what they've been able to do.
It is caught, and he'll be brought down after a short pickup. But that is enough for a first down.
One of the easiest ways to negate these really good pass rushes in the NFL, Mike, is just to simply get the ball out of the quarterback's hand as fast as possible. And sometimes it's by design, sometimes it's based on need. But really nice job there by the quarterback, getting into the hands of his receiver and then see what he can do after the catch.
And the Eagles are going to have first and goal, trying to finish off this drive with a touchdown. A gain of 11, and it's first and goal.
First and goal at the 7-yard line.
When you're defending Jalen Hurts, Mike, the challenge is not only do you have to try to take away all the weapons at his disposal, but you have to account for him as a runner. And in this case, that's exactly what the offense dials up, and you can see that.
Down to the 4, it'll be second and goal.
At the 4-yard line. A gain of 3 brings up second and goal.
It makes sense on second and goal, Mike, to keep this ball on the ground. You always have third down again to finally punch it in. But now after the defense forces you backwards, I think you have to consider putting this one in the air here on third and goal.
On third down, it's Hurts. And he'll take it on in. A.J. Brown. Touchdown, Eagles.
You can just see the comfort, Mike, that this offense continues to play with. The early momentum in the first half has carried here after the break, and you can see this group just slowly starting to pull away.
And I'm thinking, Greg, about the guys on the other side. You're waiting at halftime, that other offense waiting to get back on the field. What happens? They come right out, extend the lead, and now the task gets a lot tougher for this second half. Here's Elliott for the extra point. It's up and good. And the Eagles will extend this third quarter lead.
Commanders 10. Jake Elliott.
So following the score, here comes Elliott to kick this one away. This returnable from the 4. Oh, he's got room past the 30. Good return here. Brings it up to the 33-yard line. The Commanders offense getting ready for their opening possession of this second half. The deficit is 17, so they got to start cutting into it soon. See if it starts here. First and 10. Looking out of the gun, it's Daniel. Now a deep ball looking for Brown. And this is too far out in front. That one's incomplete.
I love that they continue to stay aggressive here, Mike. And that route right there, we used to call it a big 8. It's a deep post route, but the ball placement isn't exactly where it needs to be, and that's a missed opportunity.
The motion man here is McClure. On second down, it's Daniel. And a good job rallying to the football, holding just a gain of a yard and sets up third down.
A 2-yard gain on the play. And it's third down.
From the shotgun, it's Daniel. He manages to get the throw away and completes it. 20 yards on that pass play. First down, Washington.
Third downs, Mike, those are quarterback downs. Those are the downs where you tend to find yourself in a must-pass situation, and that's where the top guys in the league are still capable of overcoming it. So throw the ball downfield, be accurate with the ball. Winning on third downs, that is a recipe for success.
And good hard running there. He'll push his way forward. Gain of about 5.
A gain of 5 brings up second and 5 at the Eagles' 40-yard line.
Ball on the 40 now. Here's second and 5. They run once more with McCaffrey. And that one shut down pretty quickly. He'll get back to the line of scrimmage. Nothing more. Following the play, we have an Eagle who is shaken up. Athletic training staff looking at him, so we'll step aside. Here now, third and 5. To throw is Daniel. And this is going to be incomplete. That is great work there, making things difficult defensively. It'll set up a fourth down.
I'd say one of the most critical elements of a dynamic offense, Mike, is how efficient are you on third down. It's something these teams stress all week. There's an opportunity to continue to extend this drive. The defense wins this time and brings up fourth down.
Open man downfield is Brown. And he's going to have a Commander's first down as they pick up a big chunk of yards to boot. That's a gain of 18.
The defender has to do a better job here, Mike, of getting depth. He wants to elevate that ball to give his secondary defender a chance to make a play. He gets too much width, not enough depth. A quarterback like this is going to take advantage. Just take what the defense is giving you. And you can stay ahead of the chains and just take these easy pitch and catch throws underneath, pitch routes, quick game. Now it puts you in a lot more favorable down and distances to eventually attack this defense a little bit more downfield.
They'll come up now for second down and 4. From the gun, it's a give to McCaffrey. He is met and dropped. A couple of yards behind the line of scrimmage, too.
We spent so much time, Mike, talking about these defensive backs and their ability in pass coverage, but when you also have a defensive back that can make plays in the run game, especially behind the line of scrimmage, man, those guys are just so hard to find. That was a heck of a job here by this guy.
On third down, he'll throw with Daniel. He'll try and get there on the ground. And the Commanders are going to have first and goal, trying to finish off this drive with a touchdown. Give him 11 on the scramble and give them a new set of down.
At the 7-yard line.
This has been some kind of march downfield now. Can they pay it off with 6? It's first and goal. And he'll be met in the backfield and dropped behind the line of scrimmage.
The reason teams love calling the quarterback's number on design quarterback runs, Mike, is because in the blocking scheme, you gain one additional blocker. It didn't matter here. The defense was ready for it, and they're able to bring the quarterback down for a loss.
Daniels to throw on second down. Nowhere to go. He's going to be taken down. Jalen Carter getting in for the sack, and that's going to make it third and goal.
If there's one positive remaining, it's the fact that they're still in scoring position. But with the way they've been able to move the ball down here in the red zone, they're thinking 6. But after that last sack, their chances of converting here for a touchdown have gotten a lot more difficult.
Last 2 plays have gone backwards. Now it's third and goal. The motion man here is McClure. Third and goal. It's Daniel. He's going to tuck it and go. And the drive stalls out as he's brought down. And the field goal unit likely to come on here on fourth and goal.
This is all about sensing the pressure. You can see him keeping his eyes downfield as long as he can. But ultimately he decides, I got to tuck this ball, become a runner. He's able to avoid the sack, pick up some positive yards.
He is 2 for 2. That kick is good. And the Commanders are back within 2 scores.
And when you find yourself down double digits, you don't want to make habit of settling for these field goals. It does allow them to chip away a little bit and cut into this deficit, but they've got to find a way to score touchdowns.
Moody comes back on the field after making a field goal. He's set to kick off. Bigsby to return it. He'll work his way across the 25-yard line. Saquon Barkley and this Eagle offense set to take over again. The lead is a couple of touchdowns as this drive kicks off first and 10. Look to hit him with a jet sweep here to begin this drive. And he's going to be knocked down hard behind the line.
Tried to get a little cute here, get the ball into the hands of one of their receivers in space on a jet motion, but really nice job there by the defense. When you can set good edges and you can have good force players on the perimeter of the defense, there's really nowhere for this jet sweep to go, because with them running horizontal before the snap, Mike, it's very hard for these receivers to cut and get a hold.
And he'll only manage to pick up 3 yards, and that leads to third down.
He was tackled at the 27-yard line. It's a gain of 3. Brings up third and 10.
From the shotgun, it's Hurts. Taking a shot downfield for Smith.
Intended for Devontae Smith.
I'll tell you what, Mike, with this guy's speed, he's not an easy target to overthrow. So that's one of those where they're telling this quarterback, throw it with everything you got. Just lay it out there. And more times than not, he's going to run under it. But in this case, just a little bit too much on it. He winds up overshooting his man.
Here's Lane. And they go forward a few yards on the return. That's where the offense will take over. Here comes the Washington offense now. They get set to take over. They need to start making some inroads here. Down 2 scores as they begin this drive with first down. They'll go play action here with Daniel. This offensive line just has no answers right now. It's another sack. J-Rex Hunt. He's in for the sack. It's going to be a loss of 8 to begin the drive.
Just simply more of the same, and you're just not going to have a lot of success, Mike, when you're constantly starting drives with second and long, third and long. It's just not a good way to play offense in the NFL, and here we go again.
Work to do now as they come up on second and long. Daniels now going to look to throw. And he'll just bite the bullet and throw this one away. That was a good idea. Didn't force anything there. But now it's going to bring up third down.
At this stage of the game, things haven't been going your way, so one more mistake, it could just be too much to overcome. So a nice decision there. Just throw it away out of bounds and give your team a fighting chance.
Third and long, and here's Daniels. He's going to let this one go deep. This one broken. It's incomplete. Good job separating the receiver from the ball, and it is fourth down.
Every so often, Mike, you can see these offenses, and it looks like the passing game gets a little bit too predictable. And as the defense continues to flood the back end of these zones with extra defenders, they're continuing to force this quarterback to not only make some difficult throws, but to put the ball in harm's way.
On the return, it's covered. And it'll be brought down. Short return, and they'll take over there. Jalen Hurts and the Philadelphia offense set to take over once more. And he's had it going in the first half. Really had his way with the secondary. They have been powerless to stop him. Now they're trying to keep it going. First and 10 now from the 36. A shotgun snap now to Hurts. He takes off, and he's going to be brought down up past the 45. They get 11, and quickly pick up a first down.
First and 10 at the 47-yard line.
They got to do a better job of keeping the quarterback contained in the pocket all week, Mike, against mobile quarterbacks. You talk about rushing as a group. This time they get a little undisciplined with their rush lane integrity, and he makes them pay.
Back-to-back, some nice runs. This one good for 11, and another first down.
That's another Eagles first down. First and 10 at the 42-yard line.
This defense has had their share of troubles trying to contain this quarterback today, Mike. This time they go to the zone read. The defender goes after the running back, and the quarterback pulls it, keeps it himself, and has a huge gain for a first down.
And they'll take this down inside the 35. That's 11 yards again, 2 plays in a row. And another first down.
First down. First and 10.
Nice job by them getting the back to the perimeter. Then he's able to get outside, stick his foot in the ground, and then get vertical. Right down the numbers. Those are the type of runs this offense wants to see more of going forward.
Finding room to the 20. And he'll take this one in. Saquon Barkley. Touchdown, Philadelphia. His second touchdown of the afternoon. Greg, nothing changed at halftime. They come right out to start this third quarter and pick up where they left off.
Well, I think this defensive coordinator is going to think back to his halftime speech, Mike, because whatever adjustments he thought they made, it obviously didn't resonate. What we saw happen in the first half, they picked right back up here to start the third quarter, and at this point, the offense has hit its stride, and they continue to pull away.
On is Elliott to add the extra point. It's up and through. And the Eagles are able to extend the lead.
Eagles 34, Commanders 13.
So following the score, here comes Elliott to kick this one away. Now return coming from the 7. And he is stopped. 25. The drive will begin there. The Commanders offense getting their final instruction before heading back onto the field. They find themselves down 3 touchdowns here, needing to flip the script in a hurry. And they'll start it here on first down. Play action. Here's Daniels. Downfield, McLaurin brings it in. That one good for 26 yards.
That's good for a Commanders first down. First and 10 at the 49-yard line.
Didn't take them long to get now to their opponent's side of the field. I like the idea of starting this drive with some explosive pass plays. That's going to open everything up, both underneath in the passing game and on the ground. So big play to get this drive off to a fast start.
McCaffrey now from the pistol. And he'll get back to midfield, so no gain on that one.
Looked like that might have been an RPO, a run-pass option. The quarterback has the ability to put the ball in the belly of the running back or pull it on the pass. Looked like we might have been better off pulling that one because he handed it off, and there was nowhere for that running back to go.
And in motion is Brown. Throwing on second down. Daniel. Samuel has it on the swing. And it'll be taken down after a gain of 9 and third down. Coming up.
A gain of 9 brings up third and 1.
They'll try to run for it with McCaffrey. But he goes nowhere. Ball doesn't pan out. It's going to bring up fourth down.
The line of scrimmage.
And what a play by the interior of this defensive line. There was nowhere to run. He's able to get in the backfield for a big stop, and it sets up fourth down.
It's too long for a field goal. They'll go for it here on fourth down. They'll run for it. It's McCaffrey. And he's not going to get there. The defense was ready for it, and they stuff him on fourth down. After that play, we have one of the Commanders who is down. The training staff going to look, and will step out for a moment. Quick throw on the RPO is complete. He'll be taken down rather swiftly after a gain of just 3.
It's a pickup of 3. Brings up second and 7 at the 45-yard line.
Ball spotted at the 45. Here's second down and 7. Operating from the gun, here's Hurts. It's A.J. Brown brings it in. And he will go all the way. A.J. Brown. Touchdown, Eagles. 2 touchdowns for him now on the afternoon. For the extra point. He knocks it through. And the Eagles are going to extend their lead. So we are through 3. You're watching the NFL on EA Sports. So following the score, here comes Elliott to kick this one away. From the 6, here comes a return. And he'll be brought down just beyond the 25-yard line. The Commanders' offense ready to get back to work. They'll start it here with a 1st and 10. The zone read, Daniel's going to hang on to it. And he's into a slide to avoid the contact. Does so successfully, and it's a 1st down.
And this is really an area, Mike, that he excels in. He makes the right decision to keep the ball himself, and then when he hits the hole, he doesn't stop until he picks up the 1st down.
So, from the 39, they come up on 1st and 10. Operating from the gun, it's Daniel. That is incomplete. No way to force the football in there. Good coverage. It'll bring up 2nd down.
It leads to 2nd.
All things considered, it's actually a pretty good pass. I mean, he puts the ball in a place where only his guy can catch it. But I think he hears those footsteps coming from that nearest defender, and he's not able to secure the catch through contact.
On 2nd down, it's McCaffrey. He'll be brought down just shy of midfield. It's a gain of 10 yards. Good for a Commander's 1st down.
And we're starting to see the fruits of their labor paying off here. I mean, they've used this run game to throw a bunch of body blows throughout the entire contest. And while some of the carries didn't result in much at the time, it's clear they're starting to take its toll on this defense.
They'll get it up 4 here as he is taken down.
Christian McCaffrey. It's a gain of 5. Brings up 2nd and 5 at the 46-yard line.
From the 46, here's 2nd and 5. Here's Daniel. And he somehow manages to get back to the line of scrimmage before he's hustled out of bounds. Third and 6. They run straight ahead with McCaffrey. Good job on the ground to pick it up. Mark it at the 38. Move those chains. 1st down.
A gain of 9 yards.
And this is just a defeated defense at this point in the game, Mike. It's been like this all day long. They just have not been able to get the stops when they've needed them. Here's another chance on 3rd down, and they just can't make a play.
Now Daniels throwing on 1st and 10. That's out to Brown, right side, complete. He'll be taken down rather swiftly after a gain of just 3.
So they have these rules for the receivers, Mike. They call them green grass rules, and the idea is if you're running across the field and you're looking at the quarterback, you're going to stay on the run. If you're not looking at the quarterback, that tells him, I'm going to sit in this soft zone. I'm going to what they call punch and pivot and stop.
And he's going to go down yet again. He has been under fire all game long. Jalen Carter getting in to drop him. It's a loss of 6, and it's 3rd down.
Mike, this isn't real complicated. You're just not going to win a lot of NFL games when you continue to give up sacks at the rate that they are. I mean, this is just a complete disaster for this offensive line, and if they don't get it fixed, this game could be a runaway.
Work to do following the sack. It is 3rd and long. Throwing now, Daniel. And this ball incomplete on 3rd down.
And even though they'll say he had a man in the vicinity of the throw, it was clearly not intended to be caught. Really smart play. Don't risk a turnover here. Live for the next snap.
Let's see what they do here. This is 4th and long. They'll go. Here's Daniels. That's going to be incomplete. They felt compelled to go for it on 4th and long. It was a big ask, and the defense turns them away. Saquon Barkley and this Eagle offense set to take over again. This one appears to be safe in hand. It has been a clinical performance to this point. Now they'll try to finish up strong. On the ground, it's Barkley to start the drive.
On the tackle. A gain of 5 brings up 2nd and 5 at the 46-yard line.
They'll break the huddle. It's 2nd and 5. Man in motion is Brown. They fake the jet sweep and give it up the middle. He's fighting to get back to the line of scrimmage, but can't get there. Dropped for the loss of a yard.
When you can get this level of run support out of your secondary, Mike, man, what an advantage for any defense. This defensive back clearly reads run, gets off his block, and he's able to take down the back for a loss of yards.
Look wide. Get this one complete. And a good job here defensively. They did not let him get away. He's well short of the first down mark.
I think this is one of those plays that when the ball carrier watches this back in the film room tomorrow, he's going to be a little frustrated with himself. If he could just have made that one guy miss, he picks up the first down. Instead, he gets brought down short of the sticks. And now they got a 4th down decision to make.
And this will go down as a punt inside the 20 as it continues out of bounds. The Commanders' offense ready for this next possession. They'll begin with 1st and 10. Off the play fake. Here, this offensive line just has no answers right now. It's another sack. Nolan Smith. He gets in there for the sack. It's a loss of 4 to kick off this drive.
So many of these possessions start with negative plays on 1st down, and you're just going to hear every offensive coordinator stress. It is so important we don't fall behind the sticks, but when you just can't pass protect and give your quarterback time, this is going to continue to happen.
They'll throw with Daniels. Now a shot downfield for Samuel. That's going to be incomplete. Covered very good there. Contact jarring the ball loose. And it's going to force 3rd down.
3rd down and 14.
And they got the look they were hoping for, one-on-one on the outside. He's just unable to hold on to it through contact, and I think that was a big opportunity missed.
From the shotgun on 3rd down, Daniels. That's McLaurin open on the left side. And he's out of bounds up close to the 30-yard line.
A gain of 17 yards.
17 yards that time to number 17.
You just can't ask for better protection than that, especially on 3rd down. Clean pocket, tons of time for the quarterback to work through his progression. And at this level, if you give quarterbacks that amount of time, chances are they're going to find somebody downfield.
And that play going nowhere. The defense all over that one. They'll bring him down for a big loss.
25-yard line.
Oftentimes, the more success you have as a quarterback keeping the ball, the more attention that you're going to get from the defense. And I think that's exactly the case here. They've been burned a few times by this guy already today, but this time they were ready for him.
And he'll get maybe about 4 yards out of that one. Lane closed quickly. Here comes 3rd down.
That's a gain of 4. Brings up 3rd and 10.
Working out of the gun, it's Daniel. He's going to take a shot down the field. And he is out of bounds, but not until he's inside the 40-yard line. A big play there for Washington. It's a gain of 34.
At the 36-yard
Defensively,
line.
you put so much effort about defending the middle of the field. You know that's the valuable real estate every offense is looking to attack. But what does that do, Mike? It makes you a little susceptible to the throws outside the numbers.
And he's going to go down yet again. He has been under fire all game long.
I'll tell you what, Mike, this quarterback is going to be sore tomorrow. I mean, you can tell his defense made a point of emphasis. We are going to rush relentlessly the entire game, and their pressure plan, their pass rush plan, it's worked to perfection.
On second down, it's Daniel. This offensive line just has no answers right now. It's another sack.
Sometimes in the NFL, you have to be careful what you ask for. This offensive line, they were very clear to us this week. They wanted to take on this group. They loved the ability to be challenged. Well, they might have poked the bear a little bit too much because they've now surrendered a whopping 10 sacks in a single game. And I don't think there's been any signs of this pass rush slowing down.
So, backed up after the sack, and now it's third and long. From the shotgun, it's Daniel. Now a shot downfield for Samuel. And he's going to be brought down inside the 15.
It's a gain of 40.
A big play there for Washington. An even 40 yards.
Pretty easy to see why he continues to be a main focal point for this offense throughout the entire game. That play not only extends the drive, but now they find themselves in plus territory and hope to come away with some points.
That is caught, and he's in. Deebo Samuel, touchdown Commanders. Well, it's not going to be enough, but at least they find the end zone at the end of a hard week's work. At least it'll pay off with a touchdown, Greg.
Mike, you can just chalk this one up in the column of too little, too late. Give credit to this offense for not going down without a fight, but they're not going to have enough time to find themselves back in this.
And, of course, all scoring plays are reviewed, so replay's going to take a look at this one and make sure it is good for 6. At issue, did the ball cross the goal line? A reminder, it just needs to be the tip of the football just breaking the front of the plane where that white goal line begins. And it needs to be indisputable, which can sometimes be difficult with all those bodies in there.
After review of the play, the ruling on the field is reversed.
So take away the touchdown. The officials rule, in fact, he did not get the football across the plane, the goal line. This drive has been methodical, but will they turn it into 6 points? It is first, and he barrels his way into the end zone. Touchdown, Christian McCaffrey. Touchdown, Washington. That is second touchdown of the afternoon.
Make no mistake about it, he may get to glory, but that does not happen without unbelievable blocking up front. So let's give the big guys all the credit in the world. He's able to displace the defense right there at the point of attack, and that's about as easy a goal line touchdown as you're going to see all year.
Extra point up and good from Moody. The Commanders are able to cut into the deficit.
Commanders 20.
So, following that touchdown, Moody is back out to kick it off. Bigsby to return it. And he'll be brought down past the 25. Decent field position to start this drive.
26-yard line.
Saquon Barkley and this Eagle offense set to take over again. And it's hard to believe you can run the ball a whole lot better than he has. The vision, the cutback ability, the acceleration, the stats. It has all been on display throughout. Hurts to the air on first down. Left side, it's caught by Brown. And he'll be brought down up around the 38-yard
Gain
line.
of 12 yards.
That one good for a dozen. And a very quick first down.
First and 10 at the 38-yard line.
So, first and 10 here now at the 38. One of the tight ends motions right. Hurts. Going to keep it on the option. Not a whole lot happening there. Just a short
He's
pickup.
tackled at the 40-yard line.
They went to the design
2 yards
quarterback
on the
run, and there
pickup.
just wasn't
It's
a lot of
second
space
and
for the
8.
quarterback to operate. You can see him kind of waiting for some of the blocks to develop. Never transpired. Didn't get a whole lot going. Short game.
Now Jalen Hurts on second down. Oh, and this one's going to wind up incomplete. That's one you'd think you'd be able to corral. He can't find the handle, and it's going to lead to a third down.
Brings up third down.
And that's another
8
brutal
yards to
drop
go.
for an offense that has struggled to catch the ball up to this point. And yes, you can nitpick about ball placement and whatnot, but listen, the reality is at this level, if it hits your hands, you have to find a way to come down with it.
This one is caught by Dotson. And he is very close to the first down, but eyeball, he is shy of it. And they say it's 4th and inches.
Well, they say football is a game of inches, and plays like this explain why. You pick up a little bit more, it's a fresh set of downs. Now on 4th and short, this coach has the decision.
And not the greatest of results here. This is going to hit the field of play and continue out of bounds. The Commanders offense and Jaden Daniels ready to take over once more. And he has been masterful so far leading this offense, keeping the mistakes to a minimum, on point with his passes, generally one step ahead of the defense all game long. From the 25, they'll go to work. First and 10. Throwing is Daniel. Samuel has it working in the middle. And he's going to get this one out to the 43-yard line.
Gain of 18.
Loves to start any drive like that. 18 on the first play. And a first down.
A gain of 18 on the play.
And this is a tricky part of the
First down,
game for any
Washington.
defense. You find yourself protecting a late lead, and the age-old question is, do you remain aggressive? Do you try to just keep the ball from being thrown over your head and make everything be tackled and played in front of you? That's what every defensive coordinator struggles with, so they can't get too soft here as they try to hold on to this lead here late.
Open man left side is Brown. He's got it.
Noah Brown. Out of bounds, just short of midfield.
From just shy of midfield, here's 2nd and 4. To throw is Daniels. On target, got it to McClure. Down the left sideline. And he will score.
Touchdown,
Terry
Washington.
McClure. Touchdown, Commanders. Well, Greg, the light's still on way down at the end of the tunnel here. They are climbing back into this one with that touchdown here in the 4th quarter.
And they have a tall task ahead of them, Mike, but they have a chance. I mean, we've seen stranger things happen. They got a 2-possession game here late. They're going to need a couple stops, and they're going to need a couple things to bounce their way.
Jake
On
Moody
is
for
Moody
the extra
to add
point.
the extra point. He's got it. And the Commanders are able to edge a bit closer.
41. Commanders 27.
So down 2 scores, they're going to roll the dice here with an onside kick.
Late in the game, this is where you see teams really start taking some chances. And boy, this was a big one, but it's not going to work out.
That's A.J. Brown and the rest of the Eagles offense set to take over once more. And he's had some kind of game. They made it a point to get him involved early. Boy, did that pay great dividends to this point. A first down throw for Hurts. The open receiver is Dotson. And he's out of bounds down inside the 35.
It's
A gain there of 11. First down, Philadelphia.
An interesting decision there by the play caller to put this ball in the air. Mike, you're up by 2 scores. Traditional wisdom says, hey, we're up by 2 scores late in the 4th quarter. We've got to keep this clock moving. You don't want to risk an incompletion. Now, they convert. They're able to secure the catch and pick up a fresh set of downs. That's going to enable them to continue to burn more clock. And without a stop, their opponent's not going to get the ball back.
From the 31, here's 2nd and 9. They'll stay on the ground with Barkley. And not much there. He's back to the original line. No gain on that.
And up until this point, this is not something that we've seen a lot of. His running backs had a really nice day. So in this case, this rep goes to the defense.
You've got to consider this an absolute must-stop defensively. It's 3rd down. From the shotgun, it's Hurts. He'll take a shot here, back to the end zone. And penalty flags come in as it winds up incomplete, but no doubt there was contact there.
Automatic first down.
So now then, 1st and goal from the 1. Saquon is into the end zone for an Eagle touchdown. Greg, that's one of those scores where it's not completely over, but it's getting to be about that time.
Yeah, Mike, I just think they're entering miracle stage right now, and I just don't think there's any coming back from this deficit.
Elliott on now for the PAT. He gets it to go, and the Eagles will open it up even further here in this 4th quarter.
Commanders 27. Jake Elliott to kick
So following the
off for
score,
Philadelphia.
here comes Elliott to kick this one away. Safe kick taken at the 5. He's across the 20, taken down just shy of the 25. There's Terry McLaurin and the Commanders offense heading out for their next possession. They'll do so with 1st and 10. Daniels now going to look to throw.
Initially, they do a really nice job taking away his first and second read, but what they failed to do is account for him as a runner. He ends up making something positive out of a play that initially didn't look like it had much of a chance.
They'll go up on a 2nd and 7 from the 27. Now Daniels. That's going to be incomplete. They cannot hook up there. And that takes us to the 2-minute warning. 3rd and 7. He'll drop to throw. Throw on the run is complete. And he's going to have the 1st down. It is a gain of 6. Good conversion on 3rd down.
That's good for
The Commanders will signal for the first of their timeouts. And they'll have a chance to talk things over after picking up that 1st down. Operating from the gun, it's Daniels. He's going to run it. Carrying that ball loosely, and it is out. And I think the Eagles have it. Yes, they do.
That was a great play by the defense, Mike. He got a little sloppy with ball security as he leaves the pocket. They're able to knock it loose and put an end to this drive.
The Eagles offense about ready to take over once more. And a few kneel down should come close to closing this one out, depending on whether or not the defense wants to use those 2 timeouts they have left. But it really would just prolong what seems to be inevitable. On 1st and 10, it's Barkley. And that one shut down pretty quickly. He'll get back to the line of scrimmage, and that's it.
We've seen this back have his way with this defense all game long, Mike. He's up over 100 yards for the game, but this time the defense said, we've had enough. They sold out to stop him. They hold him to no gain.
They'll motion a tight end right. They will not get this one off. It'll be a delay of game.
Offense. Still 2nd down.
Play action. Here's Hurts. To the right side. Caught by Dobbs. And he's going to be dropped after a pickup of about 5.
It's a gain of 6.
There's no more efficient
Brings up
play
3rd
in the
and
NFL,
9.
Mike, than the play-action passing game, and you can see here why. You make the defense have to honor both the run and the pass, and he's able to pick up a nice gain to his tight end.
On 3rd down, here's Hurts. And he will be taken down. We'll see if they want to use those timeouts, but this one is about done.
It's 4th down.
So it's a win here for the Eagles. This was a game where both offenses were up and down the field, marching the ball at will, matching each other point for point. But in the end, got a few more defensive stops than their opponents did. That is the difference in this one. And that'll do it for my partner, Greg Olson. For our entire team, I'm Mike Tirico. This has been a presentation of the NFL on EA Sports. The Eagles are winners, as we say, so long from South Philly.